Yeah. No, look, I have to start in 20 minutes. I could be working all night. You don't know how long.
Okay. More or less.
4 hours? 8 hours.
Did you eat something?
Yeah, I've eaten. Nice, really nice. I had lasagna and some of the melanzane. Lovely, the melanzane. Really nice.
You want to eat something?
No.
I
I ate now because of the problem is you don't know what time. You know, you have to 7:30 minimum. Now it's going to be 8:30. That's okay because it'll be ready. So I've eaten and everything's ready. glad everyone enjoyed it. That's important. Manuel was meant to come here, but he hasn't come, so I don't know.
Hit your eyes, it's showtime. Let's go, make sure they know who you is when you walking through the door. Train to go, all you know, that's for sure. Ay, 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 say it's just a game, but we don't play. Super serious, had to shake the room, now they delirious. Next one's up is us, that's the answer if you curious. Know that we here for.
Welcome everyone here to Banco Casino for the final table of our Cyprus Open. Here we see our tournament director Suze getting everyone ready, and we're seeing the chip counts. We have one big chip leader courtesy of a couple of pretty good pots in the when we were down to the last two tables. with 11 million blinds, 87 big blinds, 11 million chips. And we go right down to our short stack on the table, who has 11 big blinds. So nice mix. We've got 2 Danes, an Israeli, a French, 1 Cypriot player, Mr. Zolnai, our local Slovakian, and a couple of others. Just going to have a quick look, see where they're from. Macedonia, that's right. Macedonia and Hungary. So a nice mix. And here's our payouts for the final 8. Start with 4,000. Our first player out will receive 4,000 from the 250,000 prize pool. And our winner will receive a wonderful 47,000 euros. Chances are there will be a deal when you get down to 2 or 3. So I'm expecting something like 25, 26,000 guaranteed for the first 3. And they may play on maybe even 30,000. So I think 30,000 would be a reasonable amount and play for 5. Often get deals at these tournaments here in Bratislava. So another wonderful week. We had a fantastic week last week. And here's our first hand. Solid stuff at the moment. No one making an initial push with a mixed hand. Now we have the magic button. Let's see if we've got any kind of hand on the button. It is a raising hand. Jack 7 suited. I could see a raise here from Mr. Bissol, who won a couple of pots when we were down to 2 tables. Not just a raise, but a push. Only problem for him will be if either the small blind or big blind wake up with a hand. And a tight fold from Peter there, our Slovakian player. First hand goes to seat 8. Now, nice play there from our short stack on the button. Just made it more difficult to call with a kind of mid-ace that small blind had. So very nice play there. If you're going to play Jack 7 suited, get it in, put the pressure on. Here we have a hand for our Cypriot player. My goodness, he looks Cypriot, doesn't he? I think we have a raise. No raise at the moment. We just have the blinds in. You'll note that the ante is only... I think there might be a mistake on the screen there. The ante should be 120,000. And our Slovakian player will certainly be raising here. And our Danish player could be in trouble here. He's calling with a weak ace. And back round to our Cypriot player with King Jack. So we've got a 3-bet from Brian and a shove from Peter. Excellent play. He's induced the 3-bet. His ace jack is good, and having done a 3-bet, Brian has to fold his ace-7. Problem with making a 3-bet with ace-7 is if you get resistance, you are going to have to fold. It's just not a hand to go to war with. Very well played, Peter. Love that. So our Slovakian player, who was one of our shorter stacks when we started here, 2.6 million, has increased something like 500,000 more. Here comes our next hand. And a small raise with the Queen Jack suited. Not met any resistance yet. I think we'll see the button fold. Let's see what our blinds have got. Brian looks interested. He's got tens. I think we'll see a 3-bet here. And this is a hand you don't fold. Let's see how strong he wants to make it. Started this in as chip leader, but he's just lost about 500,000. Nice strong raise. Very strong 3-bet. Basically, he's telling our Danish player who raised in seat 5, Damelin, that he's not going to fold. And so he has to put the Queen Jack down. Well done, Brian. Much better than raising with Ace-7, if I may say so, sir. Now we've got tournaments coming thick and fast here at the Bangkok Casino. At the end of March, we're already halfway through, and at the end of March, in fact, sorry, next week even, we've got the Bangkok Casino Championship, 150,000 guaranteed for only 150 buy-in, with another 100,000 guaranteed side events. So it's a really fantastic full week. We even have a full house hunt over the weekend of the 26th to the 31st. So there's 10,000 guaranteed there. It's a wonderful promotion. Get those full houses, pick up the money. And then we move into April with the ever famous Bangkok Casino Masters. Had a fantastic event last month. And that's a 250k guaranteed. Usually gets about 350 or more for only 170 buy-in. And then I'm in Italy quite often. I've got an Italian family. The famous Tana della Tigri, the oldest poker tournament in Italy from 2009. That comes and hits us in the beginning of May. Now we've got a raise from Brian. We don't know what hand he's got. He's on the button, but he hasn't put his hand in the... I think we might get some resistance here. King, Queen, this could be a shove from Hungarian player Adam, and it is. Good enough hand to shove with, King, Queen. We don't know what Brian's got at the moment, but it's only 10% of his stack to call. So if he's got any kind of proper hand, Ace, Jack, Ace, Queen, pair of 8s, pair of 9s, he will call. We could guess what he's got. Did a raise on the button. I'm going to put him an Ace-9. There you go. I'm having a complete guess. I've no idea. Just a bit of fun. Type in the YouTube box if you think if you think you know more. You may well do. I'm just guessing with Ace-9. There we go. It's kind of raise you have to think about. That's all. But he's got Ace-Queen and above his snap calling. Ace-Jack you have to think about. Ace-10. You're probably calling with Ace-Jack. So I'm putting him on Ace-9. Could have a small pair. I think even a small pair snap calls. A pair is a pair in this game. And we see the call. Now we have player at risk with the king queen. The pot is 2.8 million. We could see our first. It's ace 3 suited. I was wrong. I gave him too much credit. Ace 3 suited. Arguably the same kind of hand as ace, jack and below, because only the ace plays and the ace 3 is connected. And here's his ace with 2 diamonds. That's the kind of board you want when you're chip leader. And Mr. Brian, massive favourite now, something like 85%. So only a queen or a king. Even hit 2 pairs for luck. So now a king is no good, only a queen. He has 3%. And I think we're going to see our first casualty on the final table of the Cyprus series of poker. Full house, boats up. Very well played by Brian. Unlucky. King Queen is a good hand to get it in, and we have our first casualty, 8th place for Adam, who will take €4,150. Everyone shuffles around a bit. Don't go too far, guys. We need the cards in the boxes. And we are down to 7 players. Now, no one particularly short-stacked. You see there our Macedonian player, Predrag. He's on 20 big blinds. And we go all the way up to our chip leader, Brian, who's increased his chip lead, and he has 100 big blinds. Well, our Israeli player, Tony, in second, 72 big blinds. And our Frenchman, it's a very long name. Wow. Guy. Jean-Claude Guy. Jean-Claude. No, it's Guy. No, it's the other way around. Guillaume Jean-Claude Guy Bessol. 4 first names. That's a bit greedy, isn't it? 4 first names. Here we see our first pair for our Israeli friend. But he's in very early position. Certainly do a raise. But let's see what happens when someone comes back at him. The blinds, there's 180k in the pot. Blinds still at 61.20. I'm expecting about 250, 260. I think that's 270. Yep. See if anyone behind has a playable hand against an early raise. Peter will fold. Cypriot player on the button has a playable hand, but it's something like 8% of his stack. Ace 2 suited. Got 2 ways of winning. You've got the ace. You've got the suit. So I think it's a reasonable call here. If you put a hat on him, he'd look like a Greek Orthodox priest. So anyone needs to go to the poker gods, just talk to Charalambos in seat. He's actually in seat 5. Sorry, seat 3. And what a flop. Pair of 9s, has 2 overcards. He's not going to feel too good about this flop. And Charalambos has the nut flush. Ace, 2 of spades with 2 spades on board. A lot of this, the winner of this hand will be the one who plays it best. Okay, very tough board for a pair of 9s out of position. He's going to follow through, but he's definitely going to get a minimum of a call. It's a fairly low bet. I think that's a 225 into 750. So Charalambos disguising his hand somewhat, but it still has to hit a spade. Wow, that's changed it. We have a set of 9s now. We should see a much stronger bet, although it has made a straight. If someone had a jack, it's a very much stronger hand than he started the hand with. Also, Charalambos just called. It's very unlikely to be calling with a hand like ace-jack, possibly king-jack. So it has made a straight with some of the likely holdings that Charalambos would call with. King Jack. Is he looking to trap here? Tony Zinda from Israel. Get a lot of Israeli players come here to Casino Banco. They love coming over. Usually come in groups. Good to see one at the final table. So we're now going to see Charalambos put pressure. This is a really interesting hand. So many possible ways of playing it. So 500,000 into 1.2 million. It's a pretty strong bet. Almost half the pot. He's got to be worried about the jack. But if he is, even if he puts his opponent on a jack, he's got a set of nines with a redraw for the house. So he may decide to put maximum pressure on. Just going to call. Now Charalambos, what will he do if he misses the flush? He only has 2.7 million behind. Not going to make much difference because Tony's going nowhere. He's hit his house. I want to see a check here, at least to create the possibility of the bluff into him. Best play is the check. Lovely. Well done, sir. Love this. He didn't get, Mr. Charalambos did not read the book and just checked behind with the missed flush. But it's the right play. Well done, Tony. Good hand there. Getting a bit of player next to him, knowing exactly what he was up to. Very good. Well played. And to our Cypriot player, the sole Cypriot representative, late position. Looks like we're going to see a raise with a Queen 9 off suit. Button has folded. We're round to Tony in the small blind, who won a couple 2.5 million pot in the last one from the same player who's raised. And looks like we're going to get a defense. Nope. So the raise goes through. Nice play there. Mr. Palaontis Charalambos. I like that. Nice name, Charalambos. I know a very good poker player in London called Charalambos. Been around the scene for many, many years. So our next player out, our 7th place finisher, will get €5,755. Very nice amount for 3 days play. The value here at Banco Casino is always tremendous. Some great guarantees, often smashed. Staff work very hard to give a maximum service. All the dealers are good. Tournament directors good. And another playable hand in late position by our Cypriot player, our sole Cypriot representative here at the final table. You're going to see quite a strong raise, I think, here with a pair of sixes, and I think that's fair enough. So 335. A bit stronger than the usual. This is certainly a hand that Tony could peel with Jack 10 suited, plays very well. Best hand to crack aces or kings, statistically. Let's see what he wants to do. He seems to have Charalambos under his spell. Don't think he's going to get too creative, though. There's not a lot of value in raising. I think we'll just see a call. So we have Jack 10 against sixes. And that's hit neither of them. 2 overcards to the 6. Jack 10 has missed. Just one club. Got runner on a flush. This will go to the aggressor, which will almost certainly be Charalambos. He should follow through. Looking very suspiciously at Tony. Doesn't want to be re-raised with a pair of sixes, so he may check behind and take a turn. Really giving him the look down. Didn't know he checked. Nope, we're going to see a 3-bet come in. 350 it looks like. And Tony may just fold his Jack 10. He's missed pretty well everything. He's got to put some Charalambos on some kind of hand. Which is exactly what he's got. Some kind of hand. Well done, sir. Aggression winning the day there, although he did have the best hand when he put his chips in. Tony on the button, but got 8-2 offsuit, second worst hand in poker. This is a reasonable hand to play, King 10. He's relatively short stacked, but I could see the shove coming. He's only got one player to go through. Our Frenchman wants a count. The man with many names. That's us, there we go. Guillaume Jean-Claude Guy Bessol. Sounds like a film director. Have you seen the latest Bessol film? Or perhaps the latest Call All In with 9-7 offsuit? No. You can't call with that. Only a madman would call with that. Now here we're seeing our leaderboard. So our Macedonian player did have 20 big blinds, but the blinds are now up to 81.60. It's a big jump really from 61.20. And of course everyone's blinds in relation to the smaller big blind goes down. So he's now on 15 big blinds, still a playable stack. No one in shoving range quite yet, although our Macedonian player may feel He is. King Queen offsuit, perfectly reasonable raising hand. That 360. Nope, 330. So just over the min raise. Min raise would have been 320. Hasn't necessarily adjusted for the blinds going up. Mr. Brissol will not be calling with King 4 offsuit. And Peter will be folding 10-3. So that's the third time Mr. Charalambous has won by raising. Only one he lost was when he actually hit a board with his flush draw, and Tony, our Israeli player in seat 6, hit a full house on the river. Very playable hand, 6-3 suited, but not when you're out of position, as Charalambous was there. Same for the King 10. Right hand, wrong position. I think we will see a raise with ace-9 on the button. Mr. Brissol, I'd like to see about 350, maybe 380 even. I think that looks like a min raise of 320. And you see that will allow our small blind Peter, Queen Jack, playable hand. He'll certainly call. He could even shove with this. He's got a shoving amount. Yep, there we go. It didn't quite look as cool as he wanted that to look. It was looking good, and it puts maximum pressure on the ace-9 for half of his stack. Very tricky position. This will be interesting. Does he call? He's going to certainly be giving credit. We don't know how much these two have played in the last 2 or 3 days together, if at all. But it was quite a quick shove. Looked down at his hands and just shoved. So usually infers he didn't have much to think about, and he may have a stronger hand than ace-9. We know he hasn't. But he's still 45% favourite with Queen Jack. Ace-9 is only 55% because he only has one overcard. But he's got to put his opposition with a shove on a better ace than ace-9. This is the problem. Can he work it out? Is he getting a count? And he's made the call. We could see our 7th place finisher, which will be our local player, Peter Zolnay, is at risk with the Queen Jack. He needs to hit a Queen or a Jack, or possibly a straight draw. See what we get. It's not a good hand for Queen Jack. He does have backdoor clubs. And that takes the Jack of clubs out of it because, that's a strong card for Peter. Gives him the flush draw as well as any Queen or any Jack. And he is no more, I'm afraid. Mr. Brissol from France has picked up a nice pot and will move up to probably second equal with Tony. And we are down already, down to 6 players. Now Peter will pick up 5,755. It's a good call with ace-9. It's not an easy one. There really is no right or wrong there. There would be nothing wrong with folding it and nothing wrong with calling. It's a tricky spot with that kind of holding. And it means our Macedonian player, who started off this final table in 7th place, has moved up a spot already and has 16 big blinds. Then we've got a couple of 20 big blinds, and as we can see, Mr. Pessola has now gone above Tony Zinder into 2nd place with 10 million. Just behind our Danish chip leader, Brian. The old ace-9 again. Well, they feel it's the hand to play with. No, Tony folds it. I think that's fair enough. He's out of position. If you get raised, what do you do? Small blind is just called with the 7-6. Charalambos wants to see a flop with his king 3 off suit. 3 diamonds. Charalambos has hit bottom pair, but he won't like this board either. Nothing for either player. But Brian is betting at it. I like this. Some might call it a donk lead, but on a connected board like that, what you're really saying is, well, if you've hit this, good luck to you, because I have. I like this bet. Maybe I'll get it through as well. Oh, sticky. Mr. Charalambos is sticky. He's hit a pair. He's not going anywhere. I think he's made a raise as well. Wow, 685. This is very good poker from our Cypriot friend. Brian doing a bit of posturing, but he will be folding. Excellent play. Good attempt by Brian. And a very, very good re-raise by our Greek Orthodox priest, Father Paliontas. I'm having a quick look on the chat in YouTube. We've got 250 of you. A lot of French support here for Guillaume. How would you know he's called Guillaume? He's got 4 first names. Yeah, a lot of French support. Yeah, okay. Vive la différence. And here we go with the ace-8 suited. Good raising hand. In the cutoff, oh, we know that Charalambos doesn't like folding. He's got ace-9 suited. I think we could see we're in shove territory here. You might want to put maximum pressure on Mr. Bissol, who called with ace-9 offsuit last time and could call again with ace-8 suited, although it will be half his stack. I like the push here. Maximize pressure. Just a call. Playing it more conservatively. Got some support for Denmark coming in. Denmark flag coming in to try and balance the French supporters we have. Any questions you guys have got? I will try and get you answers. And neither player with the suited aces hit, but we see our Frenchman, very unlike a French poker player, to take the aggressive line. Very suspicious look here. Fold. Let's see whether our Danish player has hit any of this. We can't see his hand at the moment, but he's called, so he's probably got at least a flush draw. May well have hit a king. Ace 8 is in position, though. He's going to need another strong barrel to take this down, unless our Danish player is slow playing. Ronnie Nielsen asked first prize. It's 47,000, my friend. I think he's been given an answer by Martin saying around 45, so it's just over. But you often get deals in this kind of event where the last three players will do some kind of deal and take an estimated 30,000 each. So we have a bet on the end. A flush has been completed, as well as a pair. I think Mr. Bissol is doing some posturing here. I cannot see him calling this. He's got ace high. He has to put our short stack on some kind of hand. So, of course, his option is to go all in, put maximum pressure, but he may decide against that. He hasn't played that many hands. Damelan in seat 5. Started this in mid position, and I think that's the right fold. We can't see his hand, but we're going to give him credit for having the winning hand. It's hard not to be beating ace high. Here's our prize pool for those on the stream. You can see the 47 up the top. 28, 18, 13, 10. And the next player out will get nearly 8,000 euros. So, lots to play for. And we're here all evening for your entertainment at the Banco Casino here in the lovely Bratislava. Great casino. If you guys haven't been here and played, have a look at their website. It's got all the future tournaments, got some fantastic guarantees coming up. Great place to play poker, linked to the hotel. So we use the conference rooms for the day ones, and then we move inside here for our final table. Ace Queen, we're seeing a push, got a relatively short stack. So a perfectly good hand to be pushing with. Will Mr. Paleontis want to call with his small pair? Tricky thing to do. He's got a player behind him as well. I favour the fold here. If he does get another call, the twos are very unlikely to hold. Yep. And our small blind is going to see if he has a hand to call, and he does not. Big blind. Also, Tony will be folding. Obviously made friends, these two. Predrag from Macedonia. Petrushevsky. Very kind of Russian sounding name. I know nothing about Macedonia. Here we see some of the special offers we've got. The Full House Hunter, 10,000 guaranteed. So hit a full house, get some money. Free money. Also, if you do play cash here at the Bangkok Casino, if you play 6 hours cash, you will get yourself a free room at the Crown Plaza Hotel upstairs. Now that's worth about 100 euros, so not to be sneezed at. It makes up for the rake, which is very reasonable here at Bangkok Casino, but little incentive there for you cash players. Not all about these wonderful tournaments with good guarantees. Good fold with ace 2. Horrible hand, ace 2 offsuit. plays very badly. Now we're down to our 2 blinds. Now, how will Tony play this? Got a big hand in the small blind. He's got queens. Does he make a kind of small raise to induce at least a call, if not a re-raise? I don't want to see a big raise here. I like trappy with pair of queens. You're only up against 1 player. Not too big. I like that. Even better. Just a flat call. Inducing the raise. Well, let's hope for Pedrag's case that he doesn't hit his 10 or 7, because he could be in trouble unless he hits both of them. Well, he's got gut shot draw. So I think we'll see at least 1 call. The Queen's finding out where they are, testing the waters to see whether opposition has got a king. Yeah, he doesn't like the draw. Fair enough. Gut shot draw. Lots of overcards. I like that play there by Tony. Very cute. Again, a bit like his check on the end when he had filled his boat with the 9s. He's looking for the other player to make a mistake. And there's no real value in betting too strong, because you can only get called if the other player has a good hand. So, showing some good poker skills, our Israeli friend, Tony Zinda, in seat 6. We've actually got seats 3 to 8 filled at the moment. Sorry, 2. We've lost seat 4, but they've moved around a bit. So, King Jack offsuit with Brian. See a raise. Again, all the options open here to Charalambos, much linked to the kind of player you are. Do you want to push all in with the 8s, put the pressure back on, or do you just want to take a flop? So the more aggressive option or the more conservative. At the moment, Charalambos has shown more conservative choices, and I think he's doing the same here. Personally, don't like calling with a pair as strong as 8s, because any overcard on the board and you really don't know where you are. So I much prefer the 3-bet and possibly even the shove with his stack. Even if you get called by ace-king, you're in good shape. So this more conservative option isn't necessarily the best, in my humble opinion. Got a comment on the blog that Ronnie Nielsen, who I'm assuming is Danish, says the awesome casino was there 2 months ago, going to come back for sure. And that's usually the case. Now, what kind of flop have we got here? Can't see it. Dealer's got 2 big shoulders. I do know we've got $1 million in the pot. Brian is slow playing his top set. Set a set with the King Jack, and that's exactly what I said about the 8s. If he had pushed pre-flop, Brian would have folded his King Jack for sure, and now he's got himself in all sorts of trouble, because on this board, you know, the 8s will be ahead 60% of the time, maybe even 70%. Brian is just, I hope he's just going to call here. I don't know. He's thinking, okay, he's pushing. And now Charalambos is in a really tricky spot. He either puts him on a jack or he puts him on a bluff flush draw. And he got himself into trouble by just calling with eights. More aggressive, my friend. It actually helps. Very tricky spot for the eights. He knows he's up against an aggressive player. All Scandi players are aggressive. There's a nice cultural generalization, but I've played a lot in Scandinavia. It's true. I once played a PLO tournament where every second hand you're either all in or you fold, because by the time it comes right around to you, it costs all your stack. Amazingly aggressive out there. Sweden, Norway. Norwegian Championships are going to be here week after next in Bratislava, not at Banco, but at the other place that we never mention, but it's still in Bratislava. So we're going to have lots of Scandinavians come, and I'm sure some will come over and see us over at Banco Casino, which is a lot nicer casino, to be fair. I got asked whether the Banco Casino Championship will be streamed. I believe it is, but I haven't had confirmation on that. So I have heard it is. I should know because I'll be commentating on it, but there you go. That's the life of the freelance poker commentator. I have no idea whether I'm working next Monday. Is it next week or the week after? No, it would actually be the week after. So, yeah. So the final... Brian sitting very happy. His chips are in, he has nothing to do, and he knows he's winning. Especially when he doesn't get a call, an immediate snap call. He knows this King Jack is miles ahead. He's ahead of aces, he's ahead of kings, he's ahead of queens. I think Charalambos will have to fold his eights. And although Charalambos showed his eights, Brian very sensibly just kept his hand to himself. It's an old trick. Show your hand in the hope that your opposition will show his. Works sometimes. Now Brian has now increased his chip lead to 13 million chipperonis. And we go all the way down to Charalambos, who's now the short stack on our table. He started off this tournament slight mistake on the graphics there because we have not lost Charalambos. Although he has gone down, it's not a mistake at all. He's lost a lot of chips, but he's still in. We have a raise with the ace-4. think he'll certainly get respect around the table. He hasn't played that many hands so far. But Jack 9 is a good hand to peel with. He's already got 160,000 in plus his ante, so he's getting good value to call here. He's nearly 50% with his Jack 9 suited against Ace 4. So 245 to call. I think we're going to see at least a call. If not, looks like we've got a raise being measured out. I love this. I know I mentioned the Scandinavians were aggressive earlier, but the French in general are uber aggressive, especially in Omaha. And because he has a weak ace, he does have to fold. So a lovely play there. Bit of applause. Oh, the French are in the house, as well as online. Lots of support online on our YouTube channel. And a very good play there by our Frenchman, Judy Christensen, supporting for Brian there, who won a big pot with his King Jack after Charalambos did not re-raise him with his pair of eights. Although you may think that's an aggressive play to raise with eights, the problem is you don't get into the kind of trouble that he ended up going in. Not only was he up against an overpair, he was up against three of a kind. Nice raising hand, King Queen suited. Sure, we'll see a raise here from Tony. Looks like 350. A man with many names folds. King 5 suited folds. Now this is the kind of hand Charalambos may feel he has to push all in with. He's actually ahead with the Ace 4 suited. He won't know it, but it is connected. It is suited. No, my friend. You cannot call out of position with that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be harsh, but literally, unless you hit he's hit a 4, but where is he? You know, how does he know he's ahead? If you're going to play Ace 4 suited, use it to the maximum. Tony taking the safe option. Now we have a hand. He's hit a pair with a flush draw. We're definitely going to see a bet here, and it will probably get through. And even if he does get raised, I think we'll see a call. It's a big turn for the Ace 4 suited. Unless Tony feels he's at it and makes some kind of aggressive raise, I think we'll see a fold. Mr. Brasol. Mr. Brasol with all the names. Ace 9. You can see a raise here. Min raise. 320. Ryan folds the button. He's got the chip lead. Doesn't need to do anything out of character here. Very playable hand, King 10, but he's on the small blind, not the big blind. How does he play it? I think it's a fair fold. And will our big blind have a hand he can come back with? Just going to see a call. You can't see his holding at the moment. I'll have to guess by how the betting goes. Oh, there's the ace for the ace 9. I'm certainly going to see someone's listening to me somewhere. Okay, so we still can't see his hand, but we've seen a check. We'll certainly see a bet by our Frenchman. He's hit his ace. Obviously, he has a lot of friends come over from France with him for this Cyprus series of poker. 257 guaranteed with 47,000 euros up the top. Our next player out, sixth finisher, will receive 7,875. Here we see some of the bonuses. So if you're playing cash and you have any poker, you get 100 euros just straight out of the cash desk. Straight flush will get you 300 and our royal flush will get you 500. That's just a lovely little bonus. Pays for dinner. A very nice dinner if you get a royal flush. Things are not expensive here in Bratislava. You can have a beer or a glass of wine for a couple of euros and get some very, very good food for kind of 15, 20 euros. It's a wonderful place to spend the weekend playing poker and eating and drinking well. And some good massage places as well. There's one just around the corner here, a very good Thai massage place. Been there for a long time. Costs about 35 euros for an hour. It's a very good value. They know what they're doing. They'll sort your aches and pains from the poker table away. I certainly need one once you've been sitting for 12 hours playing day one tournament. The following day certainly helps to get your muscles massaged. So Brian has raised with the ace 2. Tony deciding how he wants to play the king 10. He's on the big blind. So he's got quite a bit invested already. Certainly going to call with king 10. He may raise as well. He may feel, wow, okay. I think that surprises me. He's giving Brian a lot of respect, perhaps too much respect. King 10 plays very well against ace 2. I think it was something like 45% favourite pre-flop. Here we see our position of our 6 players. We have Brian with 65 big blinds, and we're down to our 2 shorter stacks with 13 big blinds. And then in just about in the danger zone of the 10 big blinds, which is normally the line that you see people feel they have to push with. King 9 suited. Do like this hand. And he's relatively short stacked. He's one of our 13 big blinds. He's in the cutoff. That's one off the button. I favour an all-in push here, but then that's me. I'm a more aggressive player than some of the players we see on this table. We certainly know that Charalambos does not like to be too aggressive. He's got him in trouble 3 out of 4 times, though. So you may feel that the aggressive line is the wrong line, but it would have he'd have had 3 or 4 times the chip stack he has now. Slow played 8s earlier. Got in a lot of trouble against the King Jack of Brian. But it's a decent raise. 410 is a strong raise. And he may bring in something like Queen 9 that he dominates. Nope, small blind folds. Sorry, big blind folds. So the raise goes through, but it was quite a strong raise. 410, the blinds are 160. So a 2.5 raise there. Quite a few of you on the chat at the moment. Any questions you have, do ask. Got a question from young Cliff Jacobs over in the UK, and he asks, how do we get from the UK to Bratislava? And there are 2 airlines, Ryanair and Wizz Air, both go from Stansted and Luton, both very cheap normally, so very easy to get here. Accommodation will cost you about €50 a night, so if you want to come out and play, and we have a push for the pair of 5s on the button. Perfectly good play here. Got a pair, get it in. And short stack gets respected. Good hand to be raising all in there. He's in position on the button. He's only got 2 players behind him, and he has a pair. Even if he gets looked up by Ace Jack, Ace Queen, he's in a good position to double up. And if you are a short stack, you can only win the tournament by getting more chips. So it's not about laddering to a couple of thousand more euros. You should be looking to win every tournament you play. All the money's at the top. Whatever you do, play to win. That is my mantra. Also means you lose quite a lot. Looks like blinds have gone up to 100, 200. See the white chips in the blinds, so that will put even more pressure on our short stacks. Charalambos and seat 3. And our Macedonian friend Predrag in seat 7. So neither player hit. This will go to the more aggressive play. Brian, nice bet here, 450. So unless Mr. Brissol feels that Brian is making a play for the pot, which we know he is, he may have to fold his ace-6. However, he's in position, but he does fold. Good play by Brian, our chip leader, using his stack effectively. Well, we've seen him raise with ace-2 on the button a couple of times. I'm sure we'll see a raise with ace-3. This is a good example that it's not a strong hand, and if you have any kind of pair here or whatever, you should be shoving. Obviously, Jerry Lambert doesn't with 10-9. 5-2 suited. It's a hand I do like, I must admit. I love this. Look at this. All in. He's going all in with 5-2 suited. He's using his table presence that at the moment is very conservative against this Dane on Dane action. Usually means something else. But this time, fantastic play with the 5-2 suited. Showing some very good poker instincts there. Our Danish player with the second Danish chip stack. So Brian having to fold his ace-3 there. That's why I favoured Cherry Lambert's push with the 8s before, because Brian would have folded. And everyone has to remember that the chip leader will be making more moves than other players, especially on the button. So you will often get a push through. And I think Darmelan, who may know Brian from Denmark, both from Denmark, made a fantastic read of the situation. Felt it was a button raise. I just shoved it in. Loved it. Very nice play. Ronnie Nielsen asks where I'm from. I'm from London. I am from the UK. Come to Bratislava a lot, and play here a lot. It's a very good value. It's actually cheaper sometimes to fly to Bratislava and play than to travel by car to another part of England because the hotels and things are so much more expensive. My name is JJ Hazan. You can look me up on Hendon Mob. Mainly PLO mixed game player, but obviously still play Hold'em quite a lot. The Chambers Rehabilitation Journey, great name. I think just created for this feed, I think. Is the guy with the beard a real priest? Well, okay, I have to admit that was a bluff. I bluffed that earlier because I just thought he looked like a Greek Orthodox priest. I love that. Is he a real priest? You should know, Charalambos Rehabilitation Journey. That sounds like a 1960s pop group when they all took acid and many other drugs. So here we have a tricky position. Tony has hit middle pair with his 9-8. He's up against Queen 10. We've seen some aggressive play from our Danish player next to him. Let's see how he plays this hand. I think he may. Oh, okay. He doesn't like folding. Queen 10. He's not really hit. I don't know what his plan is. I hope he's got a long-term plan. Or he hits his queen. That's not going to help him. Now gives a gut shot to Tony as well as the second pair. I think we'll see another bullet. Both these players seem to know where they are in the hands we've analysed so far. Looks like 700 and an immediate fold. Nice play, Tony. This time, not quite sure why he peeled with Queen 10 there without a plan of action, because what was he going to do when Tony plays the bets the turn? He didn't really have a plan there. Little slip up there for our Danish player that otherwise has shown great poker instincts. Weak ace is raising. Our Greek Orthodox priest, as we established earlier. I'm not going to... Button will fold. Let's see what our small blind and big blind have. Tony on the small blind. He will be folding Queen 5. Now we do know that our Macedonian short stack, any kind of hand, he may well push with this, especially against someone who's folded about 4 hands and played small ball poker. Queen 9 suited, very playable. No, it's just going to call. Nothing wrong with that. I think there really are 3 ways of playing that one. Call, fold, or raise. Perfectly good options. But A6 has smashed this flop. He's hit 2 pairs. I hope Charalambos gets maximum value from it, though. Don't bet too big. He overbet before. I like that. Lovely bet sizing. He's hoping that our Macedonian friend has hit something, and then he can wrap him up with the 2 pairs. Brian with a premium hand. Lowish raise, hoping to get some action with an ace queen. And everyone folds. Almost as bad as a bad beat when you've got a premium hand and you get no action. Especially when they're aces. Horrible that. Another raise with ace-8. Tony, a very playable hand with queen-9 suited. He did have queen-9 suited before, and we'll see how he plays this one. Decides to fold. Got 3 players behind him. Nothing wrong with that. King-Jack could see a shove here. That takes the safer route of folding. Mr. Bessol, are you going to be creative with your 7-6 offsuit in the small blind? No, I don't think so. And now our chip leader in the big blind has also folded. Queen 2 suited, fair enough. We're down to our blinds, and everyone folds around to Jared Lambus, who shows an embarrassed Queen 7 offsuit, which is actually the best hand, weirdly. Not often, but the best hand. The computer hand. Meant to be the average hand in poker, Queen 7. Lines are now 100, 200, which means there's 500,000 already in the pot with the ante. So there are players on 2, as you can see here, 2 million, 2.5 million. It's only 3 or 4 times the pot. And even those on 10 million. We have a raise from Brian with the Queen 10 offsuit. Got to be playing these kind of hands when you're the chip leader. Puts pressure on the shorter stacks. 10-8 suited. I'm sure we'll see at least a call here. Very playable hand. Unfortunately, he is up against a bigger 10. Pretty good flop for 10-8 and Queen 10. We could see some action here. They are both up and down. 7 or Queen for one hand and a King or an 8 for the other. If one of them hits their own cards, they could be in trouble. Maximum pressure applied. I don't think Brian will fold this. He's up and down with the, and he's also got the stack to afford it. And he will be in front. Queen 10 is actually in front of 10-8. He's not going to like it. He's going to assume he's up against a jack or a 9. But I think he may have to call here. It's getting value to call. It's only half the pot. What would you do? I know I call. I have to call with a Queen 10. I may miss. He doesn't. What he doesn't know is he's actually ahead. He will assume he's behind. But even if he's behind, he's getting value to call with the draw. He doesn't know it, but he's 3-1 favourite. Nothing wrong with the shove here with the 10-8 either. He doesn't know he's up against a bigger draw. Can Brian work this through? Even if he loses, he'll still be chip leader. Here to win it, Brian. These are the kind of hands that you need to be putting your chips in. You're in it to win it, my friend. Good. He's made the call. Here we go. He's going to be very pleased when he sees what he's up against. Does not want to hit. Doesn't want to hit his queen. Well, it's all over. Let's hit the big straight, and I think we are about to see, unless a queen comes, it's drawing literally to a queen. And no, we see our 6th place finisher, Dharmalan Vijayandran. I'm assuming Dharmalan has Sri Lankan origin. It's a Sri Lankan name. I'm a big cricket fan, and lots of Sri Lankan cricketers with similar names. Is our 6th place finisher for 7,875. Brian thought that through really well. It is an automatic call, to be honest, so he's up and down, and so I have been informed that we will not have a stream for the Banco Championships, which will be here at Banco Casino next week. There's 150,000 guaranteed. It's probably the reason it's a bit smaller than some of our fantastic high-value tournaments of 250 plus that we always stream. But we will be streaming some of the ones in April and May. I'll be able to come back to you a bit later on that. We're down to 5 players here at the Cyprus series of poker. Tip leaders going off for a little stretch, little rest, maybe even a bathroom break, as they call it in America. I don't know why they just don't say what it is. Not going to the bathroom, he's going for a, 10-9 shown, and everyone folds round to the big blind. Short stack's always going to be happy with that, unless they've got a premium hand, in which case they'll be less happy. So we are down to 5 players. There's one missing from your screens. Here comes one of our excellent waiting staff. They're very good here. Lots of attention. And we're back. Full table. 5 players left. Now, what you need to be doing when you're down to 5 players from 8 is adjusting your ranges. So things like the King, Jack, King 10 become a lot more playable and more reasonable to raise because you're up against less players. So you need to adjust your range as the numbers of players go down, which is why you'll often see all-ins when you're heads up in a big tournament with hands like 10-8 and Queen 9, that kind of hand. Our next player out will be the first player to get 5 figures. Nice, cool, 10,530 euros. Lovely pair of jacks. We're just going to see a shove here. There's no point playing this hand any other way. And he's got to hope. He needs to double up. He's got to hope that someone has a calling hand because you really need to be doubling up with these kind of hands. No point just winning the blinds when you've got a stronger hand as jacks. If Mr. Basol, with the many names, does call, he's only got 1 overcard and he's only 30% to win the pot. I don't think he'll call. Does have a player behind him. Does our chip leader, big blind, have a hand? No, he doesn't. 4-2 offsuit. So he's picked up a nice pot. I mean, he's only got 2 million and he's picked up 500,000 with the blinds. So that's 25% of his stack increased. Just shows you when the blinds are so high in relation to your stack size, how important it is to be shoving rather than just raising. Two ways of winning. Everyone folds or your hand holds up and you win a bigger pot. So Brian, our chip leader, putting pressure on Charalambos, who's folded most hands. Just going to show him the jack, I think. Don't show him both. Oh, he's showing the skills. Look, I can raise with anything, like that. Making clear that he's dominating the table, can raise with anything. Gives him a lot of scope for raising with a big hand and people doubting him. I do like showing a bluff. It usually gets you paid later in the day. And then Brian folds 7-5 suited on the button, which is a much more playable hand than Jack 2 offsuit. I like the raise there, I must admit. Is Charalambos going to get busy with his 6-3 offsuit? Make a raise. Will Tony feel that 10-7 offsuit strong enough 5-handed to call? He's getting 3.5, 4 to 1 on his money. Sides against it. Tony with a strong hand here, pair of tens. We've had a raise with a Queen Jack from Charalambos. I'm pretty sure we're going to get at least a 4-bet, strong 4-bet, probably something like 1.3, 1.4 million, if not a shove. I think we're seeing what comes over is a lot stronger. It's quite a small. That's quite a small raise, but will be perceived as even stronger. 975, so nearly a million. How will Charalambos play his Queen Jack? It'd probably call if he knew he was up against tens. It's a 50-50 race, but he obviously doesn't, and Tony has not been that aggressive in this table, so he may well get respect. And he does have the best starting hand. The way Charalambos has been playing has also been quite conservative, so I think we'll probably see a fold here. Very nicely weighted raise by Tony there. Really showing the strength of his holding. And I think you're only calling or re-raising with ace queen and above there, or jacks and above. On the other hand, you probably have to fold. And indeed, Charalambos, who's now in 4th place with 15 big blinds. So still our short stack, but he was 7th when we started the final table. He's going to be at least 5th. Our Macedonian player is the player at risk at the moment. Tony on the button. King 2 offsuit. Probably won't play this. He's not really put a foot wrong in terms of proper poker. Everyone folding around to the big blind. You actually had the best hand again. King 7 is ahead of 10-6 and King 2. So not that he knew it, but he had to be his best hand. Short stacks on the button with the hand. We're going to see a push here. Only got 10 big blinds. At some point he will get looked up because he's done this about 4 times now. Done it with a hand every time, but the other players will not necessarily know that. And again, increases his stack back up to 2.5 million from 2 million. So 25% increase just by picking up the blinds. Lots of support for our French player on the stream. Go Guillaume. Rondfier Le G from Sylvain. Rondfier. Go. I don't know. Supporting Guillaume anyway. This time Guillaume with the King 7 suited on the button. Will we see a raise here? He has resisted. I bet he wanted to. French don't like folding. Suited King. Magic hand. Again, very playable hand. We'll see a shove here as well. May well get looked up here. He's in a different position. There's 4 players behind him, so the whole table is behind him. If someone has any kind of playable hand, they're likely to call. And he needs a double up with the stack he's got. May well get called by Charalambos with 4s. We could see a classic race of a pair against an ace-queen. I'm pretty sure he's going to call. He can't fold a pair here. Not at this stage. Not when you only have 15 big blinds yourself. Plus, if you lose, you've actually still got chips behind. Not many, but some. You'd have 4 big blinds behind. Tricky spot, though. It's only a small pair. He may be up against a bigger pair. We know he isn't, but... very conservative fold. Tony will call with ace-queen, and then once Charalambos sees they both have ace-queen, he may regret folding his 4s. He may not. Both got ace-queen. Neither that impressed. But so far on Tony's going. And will Charalambos regret? He would have got it 3 ways as well. Because I think Tony would have called even if Charalambos had gone all in. Would the fools have held? Certainly so far. However, there are counterfeit opportunities. If a 9 hits, the ace will be winning. It's also a spade for Tony. Backdoor spades. 8. Jack. I think we're going to go into a break, guys. And all the players have done very well. They're going to do some chip ups. We got a break here, Suze. Talk to me. There she is, our tournament director. Looking fab as usual. Here come the stacks. It's going to be a break and we're going to chip up. We will see you in 10 minutes or so. We're back here. I have learned that there was a discussion of a potential deal, but nothing has been agreed. To be honest, there's 5 players out, so that's fair enough. It's quite hard to make a deal with 5 players, and one of whom is considerably shorter stacked than the others. Here we have a pair of 3s. He's on the button. He has a pair. Let's see how he wants to play this. He's been playing these hands too conservatively, I would say. Mr. Charalambos, our Greek friend. Just a raise again. No, he's gone all in. Well done, sir. Even if someone has a big hand behind. So we see a fold. Ace-Jack will call. We have a race. 3s against Ace-Jack. Neither player has played this hand badly. This is now the luck of the gods. Our Macedonian friend in seat 8 is at risk with the Ace-Jack, but he will cripple our Cypriot friend with the 3s if he hits an ace or a jack. Here we go. Here's a flop. Immediate service. 2 jacks. Game over. I'm going to predict that we will not see a 3. So we have a double up from our Macedonian friend who's played very solid poker. He's made some very good folds and some good pushes. And just about game over. 5% to hit a 3. And our Greek Cypriot friend has lost a big stack and now has 1.2 million. He only has 5 big blinds because one will be an ante. So went wrong for him. I still go back to that pair of 8s that he didn't shove with earlier. That got him into a lot of trouble when Brian hit 2 jacks on board with a king jack. So nothing wrong with the shove with the 3s there, but he got himself into this position of being very short stacked by some fairly weak play earlier on. I hope he'll find the time to go through this stream when he gets home and learn from it. Doesn't mean I'm right, but looking at how you play and the situations you were in and reconsidering your options, we can all learn all the time from this game. I have a lot of trophies in my name, and I've won $750,000 playing tournament poker, and I promise you I'm still learning every day. And that's what's fantastic about poker. You never stop learning. I've got to catch up with all these young people that know all about GTO. My friend Dara O'Kearney from Ireland has just written a book. It's now the bestseller on it's called GTO Made Simplified. I have the book at home and I haven't read it. We're going to see a shove here. 5 big blinds, 4 big blinds actually. Here we go. All in with a pair of 10s. Anyone with an ace will look him up. I think any ace will call. What do we have? No, I don't think we're going to get a call. We've got no one on the blinds at any kind of hand. He's gone almost doubled up with that that raise there. And now Charalambos only has 1 move in his armory, which is fold or shove. Well, 2 moves, I suppose. But he can't raise. He can only shove with his stack. And he will not be doing so. Early position with 4-7 offsuit. And now, since doubling up, our Macedonian friend can afford to raise without shoving. He has a pair of 5s. I'd like to see a call here with the King 9 suited. It's a hand that plays very well in especially five-handed. I hope he doesn't fold this because could raise with it. But I favour the call. No, he's decided he's going to play it more aggressively. Nothing wrong with this. I like this. Here he goes. 1.5 million it looks like. It's a healthy raise. Brian will fold. And now, how does our Macedonian friend has only just doubled up? How does he want to play his fives? He again can't really call off with it. He's either shoving or folding. It's just, this is more a feel. He's under pressure. Our French player Guillaume has not really got out of order, and I do love this play. It's an interesting hand, King 9 suited. He's repping a bigger hand, obviously. And fives knows whatever hand he's got, he's going to be up against two overcards minimum, possibly an overpair. So it's very hard to call here with fives, and even more risk to shove. He's got to give the Frenchman respect. He really hasn't got out of line, and I think the fold is the only option. Well played, Guillaume. That was nice poker. Every one of these players has shown some really good poker instincts. Very good to see. Good standard of final table, in my humble opinion. What are your thoughts out there? Do tell me on the stream what you think the standard of poker has been from what you've seen so far. Who's your favourite? We have Brian in a big chip lead, with Guillaume not far behind, and our less aggressive Israeli player in third place, but been caught up by our Macedonian friend. Here goes Tony. Kind of been on about 10 million most of the tournament. Hasn't really gone up or down much. 9-4 offsuit. I don't think he's going to get too busy, even though he's on the button. All in with the sevens. Good play against the short stack. You've got a pair, put the maximum pressure on. Love that. Well done. That's the kind of play our Greek friend should have done with the eights earlier. Don't want to keep going on about it, but kind of got to me, that one, because I knew he was just giving away every opportunity he had to his opposition, who then spiked a magic flop. Chances of someone having a bigger pair than eights, it really is quite small. So you're going to be ahead 85, 90% of the time. Very pretty hand, 7-6 suited. How does he want to play it? This tells you a lot about a player. Yep, fair enough. Got an ace on the button, will raise. Looks like 550. Tony got a hand to call. He does not. So Brian picks up the blinds with a decent ace on the button. And I say decent ace because 8-9 handed ace 8 is not a good hand, but 5-handed ace 8 is a lot stronger holding. So nothing wrong with raising on the button there. Brian with a Jack 7 offsuit. We'll not be raising with that. Any kind of hand here, and we're going to see a raise on the button, and we don't have one, so we see a fold. Here's Tony on the small blind, folding as well. So everyone folded to the big blind. We see that Brian has moved from the 10, 11 million he started with, and he's added a lot to his stack. Our French player, another 2 million, and our Macedonian player, who was one of the shortest stacks, he was actually 7th out of 8 when we started this final table, has moved up to an impressive minimum place 5. Very good. And he's more likely to be 4th, as our Greek Cypriot player is in a danger zone with only 5 big blinds. In fact, the blinds are up 100 to 50. I'm not sure he's even got 5 big blinds. I think he must have 3.5 now or something. He's going to be in the big blind next hand, so this is a critical hand for Charolumbus. He may have to get it in here with any kind of Jack 10, Queen 9, that kind of holding, 10 9, 10 8, because he's going to maximize his potential return. Otherwise, he's committed on the small blind. So he really needs to think about putting his chips in with any kind of... Yep, this is a good holding. Ace 7 suited, it goes in. And if he does get called, he may get called by a worse hand. He's only got 4, nearly 5 big blinds. I'm definitely going to get called by King Queen. Both suited though, both suited hearts. So the hearts are not working for Brian here. It's only cost him $1 million to call. The player at risk, Charalambos Paliontas, who won a seat to this tournament in a Super Satellite last week. So not even cost him the full buy-in. Let's see what kind of flop we get. Jack, Jack 8, definitely favouring the ace at the moment. Ace kicker could be playing. Unless we see a king or a queen. Six cards to fade. Oh! The 12% gets there. And although he did well to... So Charalambos started in 5th place and ends up in 5th place. However, he did miss some opportunities early on where a more aggressive line would have been a lot better for him. And our Macedonian friend, is he going to go all the way? Started off 7th in chips. Only had 12 big blinds when we started. Oh, sorry, a bit more than that. I think he had 15. And now has 15 big blinds, still the short stack, but has made some very good decisions throughout this tournament. And we're down to 4 players. We have a Dane, a Frenchman, an Israeli, and a Macedonian. There has to be a joke there somewhere. A Dane, a Frenchman, an Israeli, and a Macedonian walked into a casino and made the final table of the Cypriot Championship. And I think it looks like now we've lost our 5th player. They're going to go for a little chat, almost certainly going to talk about some kind of deal. Brian is obviously a big chip leader. The others, one double up, etc. So I think we're going to have a short break, guys, and we'll be back soon when a deal has been discussed.
Posuwa se Tony se posuwa na peťku.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we have any kind of deal. We're down to 4 players here at the final stages of the Cyprus tournament, and I have been informed that there was a discussion, but no deal has been reached. I don't have the details. It may well be that our chip leader Brian is not keen on a deal because he is the chip leader and he's also playing well. So we could be a long night, people. Make sure you got your coffees or red wine in my case. Now again, I referred to it earlier, but the ranges of hands here will be a lot wider because we only have 4 players in the table. So a hand like 9-7 suited that we just briefly saw there, I think we had a raise, plays a lot stronger. Now we have a raise, and I think we're going to come up against an all-in shove with the 4s here. That will be the best way of playing a pair. Well played, sir. And we're going to see a fold by the King 4 when it comes back round. He's made a good play. He's made a play to try and win it from the small blind. Problem is you do need a hand with small blind, big blind, because if the big blind wakes up with a hand, it's going to put you under pressure. Nice pick up there. Well played, sir. King, Queen, good hand to be raising with. Now the blinds are 100, 250, so nice strong raise to 850. Only a big hand is going to be able to call this. Our French player looks down and sees 10-2 offsuit. He will be folding. It's a tricky spot here with King Queen. He has re-raised with this kind of hand, but I don't know with an ace-9 holding whether he will fold four-handed. It's a much stronger hand four-handed than it is with more on the table. And also ace-king suited. We're going to see some fireworks here, guys. Although I think we're going to see both the other players fold to Brian. This is a fantastic position he's in with a big hand, especially against the ace-9 and king-queen. So I think we will see Tony fold the ace-9 and almost certainly the king-queen. And they are both folded. Very well played. Great position to pick up ace-king suited there when you've got a raise and a re-raise. It's such a strong play. And he picks up 2.2 million for the pleasure. No hand on the button. It's going to fold. And now we have ace-9. Brian, our chip leader, going to make a raise. He's got the stack. He can afford to raise and see what happens. Can't see Tony doing much for the king-2 suited here. Let's see what our Macedonian hero, who has more than doubled up since we started this final table. Tony is considering it with the king-2 suited. It's costing him 400. He's getting 3-1 on his money. Will he want to play or maybe make a move here? Nope, he decides against it. It looks like the ace-9. The chip leader is gaining chips all the time with right hands and right positions. He's played a very, very good final table so far. There's a nice raising hand again with Brian. King-Jack suited on the button. Good hand, right position. He's going to put pressure on the others. He has 22 million now. Double the next stack. Our French player in second place. Tony has gone down from 10 million to 7.3. Played very conservative poker, very solid. Hasn't got involved too much. Now, ace-5 suited. I could see an all-in here, and he may well get a call. So he's ahead. He's 60% favourite. He's ahead, but any king or jack will send him to the rail and in fourth place if he loses the hand. And just to remind you, our fourth place finish is 13,700 euros. So will Brian, King Jack, will he knock out our fourth place finisher, or will our Macedonian hero double up yet again? Yes, he will, by the look of it. Only a queen now. Gut shot draw for Brian. Or run of clubs is no good. The ace is ahead at the moment. He's played a great game from being 8th to start this final table, and he's in the last 4 and may well double up here. So we are drawing only to a queen, 10%, 3 queens, 4 queens in the pack. So only a queen can win it for Brian. And we have a strong double up from our Macedonian player, Predrag Petrushkevsky. It's not easy to say that one. So he started off in 7th out of 8th, and he's now moved up into second equal place with Guillaume. And Tony, our Israeli player who started in second, is now moved down to third or fourth. That's a final table for you. It ebbs and flows. Chip leaders can become dogs, and dogs can have their day. There we see the stacks. So 18 million. And as I thought, he's moved up into a clear second place, 8.7 million. Guillaume, our French player, 7.4 million, the same as Tony. So they're third equal. All have playable stacks, though. 30 big blinds and above. No one's in trouble. Lots of play still to go. We could be in for a long one, people. Very playable hand, Jack 9 suited, and a pair of sixes. We could see some action here. All in with the sixes. Puts maximum pressure on our Macedonian player, who folds immediately. Good play, sir. Got a pair. When you're four-handed, very strong. Get your chips in and make the decision to the other player. And on the button, pair of fives, similar situation to the one we had with our French player. This time he's only going to raise. So we have a raise on the button with fives. Small blind and big blind have to have some kind of hand to resist, though. And we will see a fold from Guillaume. Let's see what our big blind, Brian, our chip leader, 7-5. I don't think he's calling, so that one gets through. Well played, sir. No one with many hands recently. 10-2, 9-4. Not going to get too much action with these hands. Here we on to the big blind. Actually has a reasonable hand, 9-6 suited. Brian with another decent hand, raising with the ace-10. Guillaume decides against making a call with 5-2 suited. Very hidden hand, 5-2 suited. If you call and you put your opposition on a decent ace, which I certainly would be here, and you hit your flop, you can make a lot of chips. So don't argue against the call there or the fold. Four-handed. Our next player out will be paid 13,715, but there's a big jump, a jump of nearly 5,000 between fourth and third. So it's a big decision. Every decision now is worth a lot more money each step. We go up 5,000, we go up 10,000, we go up 20,000. So each step is important. Brian, who has the chip lead, is able to make more plays than the others and is using his stack very effectively. So David, Tony with a 7-4 suited folds. Jack 10, problem is he's down to 7.5 million. Brian with another raising hand on the button, ace-2 suited, four-handed, a lot stronger than the ace-2 he had when we were eight-handed. So perfectly valid raise here. Tony will fold his 8-3 for sure. A big blind looks interested though. What kind of hand does he have? He certainly looks interested. He's got Jack 10. Certainly favour a call here with Jack 10. Very playable. No point raising because you could get in trouble. But it's a pretty good holding to call a button raise. See what happens. You're first to act. The ace-2 has hit this flop, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a bet of about 700-800. gone far out, 750, exactly halfway from my prediction. And the Jack 10 will just have to fold. Got nothing to do with this board. Can't get too funky against the chip leader. Nothing wrong with a call though in the first place. Brian increases his stack. He's odds on to win this tournament. The way he's played, the fact that he's increased his chip lead exponentially, playing very well and bossing this table. And last week, I don't know if you remember, those that were with me last week at the record breaking tournament, one player dominated the table the whole way through and ended up winning it. And this looks like we're having a slight repeat. Another hand for Brian. Certainly been getting the hands here. Now, Tony in the main has raised with these kind of hands. I don't think he's going to get this through to the King-Queen suited. The way Brian's been playing so far, I favour that he will re-raise unless someone else has a big hand. And no one does have a big hand. We've had a raise and a re-raise, so that makes the Jack 10 have to fold. What's Brian going to do with his King-Queen? I think he's just called. I think that's a sensible option. But Tony has committed a big part of his stack with 7-8 suited. He really needs to hit this. Well, he arguably has hit it. He's got a gut shot draw. He can't put Brian on a better hand. He needs to maximize his return from this and bet this really strong, either all in or something like 2.5 million. It's as good a flop as you can wish for when you made a move with 7-8 suited. He's representing an overpair, or a King 9 or an Ace 9. He's made a re-raise, so he's really representing a kind of overpair to the fives. Can Brian smell anything here? Can he work out whether he's being played or not? And he has called. The ace will be of benefit to Tony because he re-raised and is representing at least an ace, if not an overpair. So he has to follow suit with another bullet to take this pot down. If he checks this, he's going to be showing a lot of weakness. If he wants to win this tournament, he needs to bet. Oh dear. He now needs to hit. And he hasn't hit. Brian won't know it, but his king plays. His king is winning. Has to work out how to play it though. I think he feels his king's winning as well. I love this. Really in control of this final table. Knows exactly where he is. Feels that his opposition hasn't got an ace, hasn't got a pair. Therefore, his king's winning. This is really good poker. And I think Tony missed a big opportunity there. He had to follow through with a third bullet for the story to make sense. Would have Brian would 100% have folded had he bet on the river. Is he considering a move here? The only move he's got is to go all in. If he does this, this is superb poker. Or is he just posturing? Has he got the cojones to make a play here? Be fantastic poker if he does, because he'll probably get it through. He hasn't shown the kind of strength and courage needed to make an all-in play here so far. If he does, it'll be play of the final table for sure. My instincts tell me that he's going to fold. And if he folds, his head will be in a pretty bad space for the rest of the final table. Be an amazing play to re-raise all in here. And he's got enough to take Brian off the pot. Unless Brian has an ace, and that's his worry. Pair of fives. Good hand to be raising with. A French player has a pair of kings. Certainly be re-raising. How will Mr. Petrushevsky play this hand? Is he going to feel that his fives are good enough four-handed? They often are. And is he going to shove? We know that if he shoves, he's going to get called. He's made some good laydowns so far, though. But I know he's here to win it. So the way he's played, I could see, honestly, either play. Very well played. Good fold. Lovely re-raise with the kings. Looking nonplussed in terms of the support he's getting. Got a raise on the button with an ace-jack. Good hand to be raising with. Got through the small blind. Just a big blind to go. This is a very playable hand, Queen 10 suited. How's he going to play it? Could call, but because he is out of position. And because of that, he may feel he has to raise. He's been under the pump a bit since we started this final table. Is he going to 3-bet? I think he's going to get a shock. Nope, just the call. Right. Fairly even hands, 40%, Queen 10 suited. So the ace has hit and the Queen 10 has a gut shot draw. The problem is that Guillaume has one of his jacks. So only has 17% equity in this board because Guillaume has one of the cards he needs to hit. I think we will see a bet by Guillaume and probably have to fold. If he does want to play this cute, it's quite a small bet. If he does want to play this tough, he may well find he gets a call. Nope, just a fold. Tony has not had the best of it on this final table. Very solid, conservative kind of player. Whereas our more aggressive player, or players really, our French friend and our Danish player, it's not a coincidence that they are first and second in chips. Ace-8 on the button, raised to 650. I don't think we'll see resistance from Tony. That raise gets through, right hand, right position. So we're left with 4 players here at Casino Banco. Our next place finisher, 13,700. And we have a big jump of 5,000 euros to 18,500. Then 10,000 jump to 28,047 for the winner. Could go anyway. Nice raising hand here on the button with Jack 9 suited. We're going to see 600 by the look of it. Min raise, the blinds are 150, 300. There hasn't been much more than min raises recently. 2.0, 2.5 at the most. And Jack 9 gets through, picks up nice increase there of 750,000 because the blinds are jumping higher and higher. Small blind folds the jack 4, and the big blind chip leader shows, whatever you're going to do, boys, I've got jacks, so I'm looking you up. Nice smile on his face there. Here we see a banner for the oldest Italian tournament, going back to 2009, the Tana del Tigre, coming up at the beginning of May, 1st of May to the 7th of May. I'm pretty sure that's going to be streamed for you, in which case I will join you, I guess, on the 8th of May, the Monday. Queen Jack offsuit, good raising hand here. Nope, decides against it. It's very tight play, very solid play from our Macedonian friend. Tony very happy to pick up the blinds there with 8-4 offsuit. This shows you when you're 3 or 4 handed that any kind of playable hand is sometimes worth a raise. It's quite hard to pick up hands when you only have 3 or 4 players on the table. So, as they say in the SAS, he who dares wins. They also say that in Only Fools and Horses, one of the British comedies ever to be written. Brian on the button, Queen Jack making his usual raise. I think it's about 650. In normal circumstances, a playable hand, 3-4 suited, but not when you're short stacked. Same with the 5-3. So he's increasing the pressure on these short stacks. Blinds are big. Blinds are 150, 300. So they have under 20 big blinds. Both our Israeli and Macedonian friend. I'm pretty sure we will see a break at some point, and we will lose a player fairly soon. One of these short stacks can't survive all the time, so I think we will see one of the short stacks out quite soon. Brian will probably increase his chip stack. Some nice big piles of 20 going on there. It's got 23 million in total. Folding to the big blind. Not a lot of action going on. No one's really looking to make moves. It's all fairly standard poker really going on at the moment. It's a tricky situation. Like I said earlier, each step from this point onwards is worth a considerable amount of money. Difference between 4th and 3rd is 5,000, 3rd to 2nd 10,000, and 2nd to 1st 20,000. So those are big steps, big jumps. So this is the kind of hand I could see definitely an all-in raise with ace-10. Can't see any other play here. I'm wrong. Just seeing a raise. Okay. Problem with this play is if you get called or raised, what do you do? You're going to get called and you'll be out of position. Wow, that's a huge fold, four-handed. King-Queen, huge fold. Unless I've missed something, I don't understand that, I must admit. Four-handed, King-Queen is a really strong hand. And he just folded it without much thought. Now, he was behind, but he's not that far behind. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So the 10-8 has called. 10-8 suited. Will we see a follow through by our Israeli player? That 10-8 suited has got massive increase in equity. Now got the up and down and the flush draw. He's going to be betting this. Brian is not going to let this pass. I reckon it's a very small bet, 500. The only problem is that Tony has hit nothing. So now Tony has the up and down with the 10. So does Brian. But Brian is winning with the 8. And bets accordingly. Tony has to fold. What a great turn that was. Up and down and flush draw for Brian. Certainly running good. Running well on this final table. But also playing very well. Does deserve to win this championship with the way things are played so far. Of course, anything can happen in poker. Nice raising hand, King Jack on the small blind. Tony picks up a pair. I would think we'll see an all-in. And because of his stack size, we may well see a call with a King Jack, and then we will have a race. I don't think Brian will fold King Jack here, not with his stack. It's not an automatic anything, not an automatic call, and it's not an automatic fold. Really could go either way on this one. May feel his King Jack is up against an Ace Jack or an Ace King, even a King Queen. So here we have a call. King Jack against fours, a very even split in the odds. Either player could win. Roughly 50-50, slight favourite on the pair of fours. But the way Brian has been running, especially with a jack, so he seems to hit a jack. He had Ace Jack, King Jack, and boom, hit a Jack board in a previous hand. Just got a feeling that it's got his name written on. And there's the king. The king has hit. Poor old Tony really has not run well on this final table. Obviously did very well to get here in the first place. Started the day, the final table in second place. And it looks like he will be finishing fourth. And we are down to 3. I suspect we'll be going to a break any second. So a 3 or a 4. He does have a few cards to hit, but it's looking very slender. Still, 13,700 isn't too bad. And more importantly, well played, sir. just a bit too conservative, I think, on the final table. And more importantly, Mr. Petruszewski is now laddered from 7th to minimum 3rd. Fantastic play. Love this. I think Brian has certainly had the run of cards and used his stack very effectively. Our French player has picked some very good spots to make some excellent plays with, and arguably the player at the final table in terms of their choices and the way they've run and their laddering is our Macedonian friend. And we're now going to go into a break, and I'm pretty sure they will be discussing another deal. This will be the 3rd time. We will come back in about 10 minutes or so. See you soon.
When you come here, man. Hang on.
One big blind.
What do you? Just one second. Are you happy with the numbers?
Not really. Okay. 23 for me, I'm okay. But 21.
So, I wish you the best of luck. Well, we play only big blind now, but 150, 300, and shuffle comes here. Good luck, guys.
Ingen deal. Han vil have 23.
As pas contre as 2.
Ace king, ace
As 2
two.
en danger.
Ace call, ace two. Den mindste. Five, seven, jack.
Gras sur le flop. As turn. J'ai que les deux.
Three. One and three. Yeah, what do you think? The thing is, we need to leave.
10%.
Yeah, thanks.
If you want, you can run the number again. Because there is a pretty big gap between first and second, but we have not chips, so if you are willing to play, we can play. If you are willing to discuss about it, we can discuss. As you wish.
We are, yes, we are in heads up. We are moving you to the here. And it's a break.
Okay.
Short, really short.
Okay. Can we do the count?
So we're now down to 2 players. And a deal has been made. I will
Yeah, but actually it will change the if we deal. It will change
give you the information of that deal. Here we see the relative stacks. We can see Brian with 33 million. He has 4 times the chips, just about, of Guillaume. And I'll give you the information on the deal. So Brian is taking 36,710 and Guillaume 30,720. So very good deal for Guillaume there, and they both get a ticket to the Banco Masters coming up in April. So we're back. We're down to 2 players. We can see on our screens that Brian has 33 million and Guillaume 8.3 million. And I did say before a deal had been made, and then we got cut off. But I do believe a deal has been made. 36,710 for Brian and a ticket to the casino, to the Banco Casino Masters. And Guillaume, a very generous 30,720 and a ticket. But they are playing on for both the title and another 7,400. So Guillaume, if he does win this tournament, will actually win the most money. If Brian wins it, as I suspect he will end up with 43,000, so not far off first place. So Guillaume has gained 2,000 from the second place that was originally advertised. So good deal all round, I think.
7.7. I don't think so.
Now the button is the small blind, and the other player has the big blind. We see a raise here by Brian. And a fold. So blinds are now 150, 300. A call on the button by Brian. Guillaume has missed everything. Brian is making a bet. I can't see his hand at the moment. Small bet of 600. Most cards are going to beat a queen high. Looks like he's called and the queen high is good. It's a very interesting call. I love that. Fantastic. Wow, what a call. Queen high. That's the pot was worth about 2.5 million there, and that's a great call. At the moment, we can't see Brian's hand. Don't know if our technical boys can do something about that, or if he's in the wrong place. I can see a raise on the button with a 10-8 offsuit. Or a call, actually. Call the raise. Not a good flop for 10-8. We've got a split screen going on. SpadePoker. No problem with that, as we can't see the bet. 800k from Brian. And I can't see Guillaume getting too funky with this, and folds. Again, we can't see Brian's hand. And we've got a raise on the button. Quite a big raise, 750k over 2.0. And we've got a call. Can't see a Guillaume's hand either now. We're doing this blind, people. We can just guess their hands. That's all right. Jack 3-6. No idea who's hit what. We've got a bet from Brian and a big raise from Guillaume on this board of Jack 6-3. Brian is asking for a count. The raises to 2.1 million. This could be all over soon if Brian pushes and Guillaume calls. But we don't know their hands. Nope. Brian has folded to Guillaume's aggressive play, and the French boys are cheering. Guillaume gradually working his way up the leaderboard. He's increased from 29 big blinds to 31. Not a big increase, but it's an increase.
Southwest, close to Spain. What about Denmark? Denmark, yeah. Seriously?
Yeah, that's one of our five.
Can be done, yeah.
Right.
Jack 7 offsuit on the button. Looks like it's just a flat call. And a raise by Brian with the King 10. Good hand to be raising heads up. He understands his ranges very well, Brian. And Guillaume certainly has a good feel for the game. He's made some great pushes and re-raises. And Brian has hit his 10. Neither player looked like they had an ace pre-flop, so he's probably going to feel his 10 is good here. $800K into 2.1 million. About 30% of the pot, 35%. And a fold. Brian now with an ace on the button. Pretty strong hand heads up, any ace. A lot of people will push with this. He's up against, he dominates the 6-4 suited. Is Guillaume going to make any kind of move? Just going to call. It's a good flop for 6-4. Got a gut shot draw with the 2-3. Brian has missed, but will probably follow through with a 3-bet. That's King is in Brian's range with the original raise. Very careful play by Guillaume. And a bet gets through from Brian. Brian's still dominating this final table. Pair of threes, fairly non-threatening board of 2-7-8. Brian going to defend his position here. Because of the split screen, I can't actually see how much he's raised. I think he raised to 1.1 million with a 10-4. Now Guillaume has to work this out. Looks like he's just calling. No, he doesn't believe Brian. Very good poker instincts from this young French player. Is Brian going to follow up with an aggressive bet? Looks like he is. Very strong bet, 1.3 million. How is Guillaume going to respond? Will he believe that Brian has either backed into an ace? It doesn't look like it. Not going anywhere. So Brian has to hit a 10 or a 4 or make a very strong triple barrel bet. That ace is a good card for Guillaume. If he thought he was ahead on the turn, he's certainly going to think he's ahead on the river. Brian in a bit of a quandary now. Pot's already 5.7 million. Is he going to do a third barrel? He certainly is. What a fantastic poker. 1.4 million. It's a little bit light though. Guillaume has already made an incredible call with just a queen high. Here he's got two pairs. He's called all the way. Why would he fold now? That 1.4 million is just probably about 2 million too short. Guillaume's poker instincts so far. Wow, what a call. Brian making a misstep there. We heard from the audience there, Ali Papa, are you good? And he just quietly nods. Very good poker player, this young man. Brian is trying to use his stack to dominate and has met his match. So a big increase for Guillaume. Gone up from 29 big blinds to 39, up to 12 million now, and not far off half the stack that Brian has. So he's definitely eating his way into this heads-up battle. Excellent to see. Some really good poker. Guillaume just selecting to call. It's called a few times on the button. Brian may choose to see a flop with a queen 8. No, I didn't fit this flop. This will go to the more aggressive player probably. Guillaume looks like he's sizing up a bet. And now Brian has hit his queen. He's not going anywhere now for sure. Is Guillaume going to do a second bullet? $1 million bet. Gonna see at least a call here from Brian. May let Guillaume have another bet. $3.6 million in the pot. Are we going to see a third bullet from Guillaume? Can't win it by showing his cards for sure. Decides against it, and Brian would have looked him up with the queen for sure. So a good attempt by Guillaume. Didn't lose as much as Brian when he bluffed the previous hand. So did well there to just lose the 1.7 million. This time Guillaume has a raising hand or a re-raising hand. No, decides against it. Slow playing his ace. So 8-9 against ace-4 with just the blinds. Ace has hit with a gut shot for the 8-9 from Brian. Is Guillaume going to slow play this hand? He certainly is. I think he may need to bet now. We've got 2 diamonds and 2 hearts on board. Doesn't want to see a flush hit. Looks like 500. Brian now making all sorts of moves on this heads up. Got a lot of missteps as well. Guillaume has played this hand very cute. He's actually got Brian to start making raises. And he just called with his top pair. Letting Brian make the mistakes. Just got a gut shot. Oh, he has missed. So the ace is still holding. But danger card for both players, really. Any 10 wins. Doesn't need to bet. Brian does need to bet. The last bet he made, he needs to remember, similar size, 1.2, 1.4 million, was snapped by Guillaume, and I think we're going to see the same. And he does call. Brian gets the bad news. We have an interesting matchup. King 9 against King 5. The King 9 of Brian is raising. Dominates this by a long way. I don't think we're going to see a fold. Guillaume has called. Very much dominated here, 70-30. Neither have hit, but Brian was the original aggressor. He's decided to check. It's opening up the possibility for Guillaume to bet this. King 9 has now got the gut shot, but the same 10 will give a split pot. So again, this may go to the aggressor rather than the player with the best hand, which we can see is Brian. I think we'll get some all-ins here. They've both hit the straight. And more importantly, Brian has the king of hearts. Sorry, Guillaume has the king of hearts in his hand. So gut shot came in, and they both have the Broadway straight. And with change of dealer, and we can see our position between our final two players. Brian from Denmark, 69 big blinds, and Guillaume from France with 33 big blinds. So roughly 2-1. Brian here with an ace on the button, raising. Guillaume's not going to go anywhere with Queen Jack. May elect to just call. Oh, I think he's decided. Yeah, 700, just calling the 1.1 million. So he's up and down with the Queen Jack against Ace 6. So although the ace is technically winning, Guillaume is probably in a better position here. So it's very even on the stats, but I think you've got to favour the Queen Jack on this kind of board. And the other problem is that Brian with his ace is not going to fully know where he is. Still betting it, of course. Guillaume playing very careful, considered poker. I do like the way he's played this heads up very much. So neither help, 7 not helping either player. Now Brian's slowing up a bit. There's the Queen, so Guillaume will probably check call. Not a massive advantage in betting here. Ace-Jack is definitely in Brian's range. He would have played the hand very similar way. Making a small bet. The problem with this is if you get raised, where are you? Brian just folded. Nice big pot there, 5 million. This is a very good heads-up final. Both trying very hard to dominate, and some very good reading of the situation by Guillaume especially. He's definitely played the better poker since we've been down to 2 players. Nice hand on the button, Queen 9. Certainly see a raise here. Blinds are now 200, 400. Just the threat of the raise was enough. Brian folded his 8-5 immediately. Brian now on the button with a raising hand, but just decided to call with 10-8. And now Guillaume with a very good holding. Heads up, ace, queen. Certainly going to see a raise here. Looks like 1.5 million raise. 10-8 plays pretty well, heads up. I don't think Brian's going to go anywhere. Hope he doesn't raise though. Might be a misstep. Okay, folds, fair enough. I did show weakness with the flat call. Good way of playing a big hand. Flat call and hope your opponent raises on the idea that you're showing weakness. Lots of mind games goes on heads up. Raising on the button with Jack 5 suited. I like the variety of hands he's raising with, and gets an immediate fold from 10-4 offsuit. And you're going to get a lot of these hands. You know, you look down, you see Jack 5 suited, you think, well, not a very good hand. But you're only heads up, only one other player in the pot. So the chances of them having a better hand are not actually that high. So I do like this play by Guillaume. He's really dominating this heads up. And the stacks are getting closer and closer. Brian electing just to call with the Queen 9. How will Guillaume play his 10-2 suited? This time he's just going to see a flop. Neither player has hit this. Got a gut shot for Guillaume. 3 for a straight. And not a lot going for Brian with this board. Brian putting pressure back on Guillaume. Looks like he's raising. Good poker. Brian has certainly made a lot of strong plays. Haven't all worked out for him, but he's a very brave, courageous poker player, making raises where he feels the opposition, in this case Guillaume, doesn't have a lot. So very good poker from both players. Again, raising with a variety of hands. Guillaume on the button. It's up against a very strong holding, though. Heads up, Jack 10 suited. See a re-raise. I think Guillaume will let this go. Doesn't want to do it too early. Doesn't want to show he's raising with hands like 5-4 offsuit. And although these players will get to see this in half an hour's time, we're on a half-hour delay. I don't think we'll necessarily get that far. We will see. This time Brian. So a very different strategy. Brian folds his weaker hands, and Guillaume has been raising much more in this heads up, and I think that's probably the reason why he's increased his stack compared to Brian. Here we have a banner for the Banco Casino Masters, always a good event. 170 buy-in. It's been the same buy-in for the last few months, with a 250k guaranteed. I think if I remember rightly, we had about 360 or 380 last time out. It's a great value tournament here in April. Another raise, 10th time 10-2 suited, the Doyle Brunson, though his hand wasn't even suited when he won the World Series of Poker with a final hand of 10-2, known as the Doyle. Brian on the button was 7-4 offsuit. And I think these folds on the button are kind of a mindset I think he's in at the moment. He's only raising or re-raising with kind of good hands, whereas Guillaume is playing a much wider variety of hands and is picking up pots accordingly. So there's a big difference in the strategy of the two. Brian is fighting back, but only when he has a hand, although he did make a very nice play earlier on to pick up a 5 million pot. So both fighting hard, but at the moment, Guillaume with an ace, small ace, dominating this heads-up part of the tournament. Final part. Deal done. 30,000 to Guillaume, 37,000 plus tickets to the Masters. We have a raise and a call. 10-7 plays pretty well. We'll see if he can hit a flop. So the gut shot. Ace-3 has missed. And there's a lot of ranges that Brian would have. So Guillaume needs to be careful here, and he certainly is. Brian decides not to bet, even though Guillaume showed some weakness on the flop. May feel his ace is good. Certainly going to feel it's good now with two pairs and an ace kicker. Brian going to make a slight misstep and bet here, because if he does bet, he will get called. We've seen that 3 times already. We may even see a bet with the ace kicker. I love it. Look at that. Very confident young man, knows exactly where he is most of the time. Is Brian thinking of making a play here? Nope. I think he thought about it, but decided against it. Brian now loosening up, making a raise with Queen 2 on the button. King 6 suited, heads up. Not a hand to fold. In fact, I think Guillaume feels it's a hand to raise. Love this. Well, we see a 3-bet, 3.5 million, 2.6 million to call. Can't think Brian's going to go very far with the Queen 2. And Guillaume really is dominating this heads up. Brian must feel a bit beaten up. Couple of interesting hands here. Got a raise on the button with 5-3 suited. And we got a re-raise with King 2 suited. So far, Brian has been re-raising with quite big hands. He may consider this as a big hand heads up, and it can be. Suited King. Let's see what Guillaume does with his 5-3 suited. I'd like to see a call here. He's in position. And if it hits, it's a big hand. Yep, well done, sir. The power of the suited 5. Love it. A lot about this hand is definitely going to be what kind of texture of flop we get. 5.8 million in the pot so far. Well, it's a pretty good flop for 5-3 suited. I like the first card, the 4 of clubs, and he has hit the 5. How's Brian going to play it? Brian is going to bet. $1.8 million. What a small bet. About under a third of the pot. Call the 1.8. Guillaume with the 5-3. Again, if he's called with the 5, he's going to think his jack is good. Let's see if Brian's going to follow through. Certainly is. $2.6 million. Those red chips, 500,000 each, and the white chips 100,000. If Guillaume thought he was good with the 5 before, he's probably not. This could be a very big pot. Not going anywhere. So Brian pretty well drawing to a king. And we're going to see a big third bullet. That's the only way he could win it. And we've seen Guillaume make some great calls so far. He's decided to give up. And the 5 will win a big pot. And we have a new chip leader. And now the positions have reversed. So Guillaume now 65 million. If he gets the win and the final 7,000 euros, he will actually get a higher return than Brian. So he would have won about 39,000 as opposed to 37,000 that Brian already has in the bank. Been a great heads-up performance by Guillaume. His calling has been absolutely superb. He's known where he's at most of this heads-up. Brian has been a lot more erratic. Too many bluffs and called too many times. Sure we'll see a raise here though. $1.1. Guillaume re-raising and Brian taking no time at all to shove. Got an ace, he's shoving. So a nice little pick up there for Brian. Nearly 4 million there. And that's evened out the chip stacks a fair bit from that one hand. Good poker, everyone. Brian again choosing to fold his button. There's no ante, of course, with heads up. Oh, maybe there is actually. Didn't think there was. There you go. Change of dealer. This time, the advantage of making all those raises with fairly weak hands is that when Guillaume has a big hand, he can make a raise, and here he has King Queen. Brian does not have any kind of hand here. I don't know whether he's going to play back. He's done it a few times with weak holdings. Trouble is, when you fold a lot, is the psyche does kind of get affected. I think Brian has gone all in. So he's made a move with 9-4 offsuit. I mean, Guillaume must know that King Queen is so strong heads up. Is this the hand? So all in for 17 million. Guillaume has to make a decision to call to win, potentially. And a quick check is going to work out that he will still have 6 million. He started with 13 million when we started this heads up. I think Brian has made this move partly out of frustration, partly out of just being fed up he's having to fold all the time, and Guillaume's very stealthy, considered aggression been paying off for him. I don't think he'll fold King Queen. He knows his hands. Even if he's up against ace 6 or ace 4, he's going to be, whoa! I'm very surprised by that. Okay. Great play by Brian. Brian with a nice 6-4 suited, good raising hand. I'm sure we'll see raised to about 1 million again. So Guillaume folds the King Queen and then is making a raise. Wow, these two are really going at it. Brian's all in with the 6-4 suited. That's 2 hands in a row that he has pushed and is getting his mojo back. I think if Guillaume loses this, he'll see the King Queen and wonder how he folded that. Now we know Brian had 9-4, but like I said, even if we put Brian on a low ace or we put Brian on a pair of jacks, you know, the King Queen is a fairly even split. So very strange fold there. Assuming Brian had any ace, it still plays pretty well. Now it's Guillaume's turn to be raising with some very low holdings. Maybe the heads up is now reversed a bit and Brian is in the ascendancy again. Calling with a King 7. See what kind of flop we get. There's 3 million in the pot. Something for everyone. Brian has hit a flush draw with a 7 and Guillaume has hit second pair with an 8, but he does not have a redraw. This will be interesting. Very small bet, 500,000. Now Brian has hit his flush, but just with a 7. Can Guillaume take him off this? All right, come back to careful poker. I think we'll see a little check call if we get a bet. So Guillaume decided to close shop as soon as that diamond hit. Well played, both of them. Ace-9 on the button. One of the better holdings you'll have heads up. Important to be consistent in your raises when you're heads up. So he's gone to 1.3 as opposed to the 1.1 he was doing. Just gives away information, I think, as to you having a slightly stronger holding. Queen 5 has decided to call. The 5 has hit a gut shot draw, but the 9 has hit top pair with a backdoor flush draw, so I don't think Brian's going to be going anywhere soon. We'll certainly see a follow-up bet. About half the pot, I think. Yep, 1.4 million. See where his mind is. Floating with the gut shot draw. Or he thinks he'll be able to get Brian off of this at another stage. He's now stronger than a gut shot draw. He's up and down. Pretty sure he won't be folding this one, depending on the size of the bet by Brian. Pretty sure Brian will be betting again. 2.3 or 2.4. 2.2. 2.2 million. The way Guillaume has played so far, I'd favour that he will just call here. Another big pot brewing. Guillaume has missed his straight draw. The ace-9 is still ahead. Doesn't mean that Brian will definitely win this pot, because some straights have been made. Jack-8, ace-8. And Brian picks up a cool 10 million pot. So now the situation has gone right back to where we first started, with a 3-1 lead by Brian. It's ebbed and flowed. No, Brian has certainly dominated the last 15 minutes. Prior to that, it was all Guillaume. Just shows you. Now we have a big hand by Guillaume. So all the raises he did with 5-4, 10-2, etc. may pay off here when he raises here with ace-king suited. Just make it the same amount that you've always done. I think he just flat called. Interesting. Ace-king has missed by a long way, and the 9-2 has hit. Doesn't mean that Guillaume will be folding. Floating his ace-king. Now got a gut shot. On top of the ace and king, he can hit a jack for a Broadway straight. This time Brian checks. Guillaume says thank you for a free card. And he's hit his free card. He's got the nuts, the Broadway straight. How much is he going to bet? Looks like it's a very large bet. Yep, it's an over bet, 4 million into a pot of 2.6 million. And he was just hoping Brian had the bottom of straight or two pairs, something like that, to get called. Nothing wrong with that play. It's a nice play. It looks like a bluff and can get called. Now both players with less than good hands. The 8-2 has hit, Queen 6 has missed. Will that be what happens in terms of this pot? Yep, Brian just gave up very quickly, didn't want to waste anyone's time. On the button with 7-2 offsuit. This time he doesn't raise. So far in this heads up, we haven't had kind of two big hands clashing against each other, but no big pre-flop hands where both players have got good hands. Yet to see that. Be nice too. Raised with Jack 8 on the button by Brian. 1.2. Let's see if Guillaume is a big dog with Jack 3 offsuit against Jack 8. Neither player have hit. Backdoor diamonds for Guillaume. So a bet there. He thought he was betting with the worst hand. In fact, it was the best hand. It's called bluffing with the best hand. Certainly didn't think his Jack 8 was actually winning there, but thought that a bet would get through, which of course it did. Well played, Brian. Back in the ascendancy again. Decent raising hand on the button, 9-7 offsuit. So he's been doing about 1.2 million. Wow, decides to fold. Been raising and going all in with 9-4. I know in different circumstances, and then folds 9-7. Sometimes poker logic does surprise me. It's a bit like the King-Queen earlier of Guillaume. I just don't understand how he can fold that big a hand when he must know that his opposition is playing as many bad hands as he's had. Nice raising hand, King 10. Going to see about 1.2, I would think. Maybe 1.1. Just called. Playing this very cute. Just a call. Queen 3 suited. Maybe he's looking for Brian to raise. He did not oblige. Not a bad hand for King 10. He's hit his king, got 2 pairs, and Brian has hit nothing. Should see some kind of bet here. Maybe 7. No. Brian measuring out some chips. I think he's been called every other time with worse holdings than 2 big pairs. So I think we'll get at least a call. No value in raising. So of course he raises. Oh, that's good poker. Knows where he is, feels very confident with his king. The ace gives him a top kicker, and why shouldn't he? Well played. He was called. Wow. This time Brian raising with 7-8 offsuit. And what will Guillaume be defending with, if at all? 9-3 suited. Knows where you are. Knows where you are with that kind of hand. If he hits, he hits. This time Brian is hit with his 8. Second pair. Probably be betting it. Needs to bet it, find out where he is. We're going to see Guillaume make any kind of defense. Seeing a raise. Great poker. Both raising and betting with very little. Brian gonna fight back with this. He certainly is. Maximum pressure, all in. And we know that we'll have an immediate fold from Guillaume. Very well played. Guillaume's very cool though. keeping cool, making a lot of plays, a lot of moves, keeping very cool. But now Brian, with a considerable lead, we can see there, 3-1, 77 big blinds against 24, 31 million chips against 10. So more than 3-1 now. We've got neither player have hit this pot. No, 7. Guillaume has hit the 7. I think he's going to bet this. Small bet, 500. Gets it through. Two interesting hands here matching up. A Queen 4 suited against King 3 suited. Could see some fireworks. The King has hit. The Queen not so much. But we've seen Guillaume make a lot of plays back with very little. I think Brian will be betting this. Yep, 1.4 million. Now, we're going to see a move by Guillaume. Just a call. That's a very good card for Brian. It brings in the flush draw on top of the second pair. Is Guillaume going to... Only has 7.6 million, 5.7 in the pot. $2.1 million. Guillaume took the discretion route and folded, having missed everything. Big hand on the button, ace king. And what kind of raise are we going to see? Probably similar to the previous ones. We may well see Brian go for it with an ace 5. He'll certainly get called. All in and I'm sure there'll be a call. All in and a call, ace 5 against ace king. Brian sees his hand, but all he needs is a 5. And then we have our winner. So the player at risk is Guillaume with his ace king. I know it says 70-30, but anything can happen. Wow. That's a very good flop for Guillaume. I think he's pretty well drawing dead now. He's got hit the king. He's got the ace flush draw. 1% our figures are showing us. Surprised he's got 1% looking at that flop. Fantastic flop for Guillaume. And we have a good double up. So 16 million now going to Guillaume. So nice double up. Now still at the stage. Heads up here at the Cyprus event at Banco Casino. So 25 million is playing 16 million. So still got a significant chip lead. Brian, but a big double up there by Giuseppe has brought him right back into the game. King 6 suited against Queen 3 suited. We saw a very similar hand early on. We've got a 3-bet by Brian with a suited king. What will Guillaume do with his suited queen? Just a call. So pot's already 4.8 million. And Guillaume has hit his spade draw. Brian has missed everything, but he's still going to bet. Hasn't been Guillaume's style to be raising with draws. He's tended to have called most of the draws. See how he plays this one. Taking the small ball line, just to call. He's now got a gut shot to go alongside his flush draw. Brian checking though, showing no extra bullet there. This time, strong bet on the button with his 2 draws, gets it through. So now very, very even in stacks. If we do see a matchup of two strong hands or a made hand against a drawing hand, we could have a player out very soon. Both got equal stacks. If one wins an all-in pot, probably mean the end for the other player. Could go either way, this one. Come on, guys, we want two big hands. Bish, bash, bosh. Game over. Brian's usual raise. Seems like kind of low kings. And this time, Guillaume decides to just fold. And we've got an ace on the button, just deciding to call, under repping his hand a bit. Now, Brian picked up an up and down, but the ace still ahead. So he's got the top card, and he's got a gut shot draw. Slowed down, and this time the king has hit. That's interesting. Very good check by Brian. He was hoping to induce a bet. And Guillaume thinking, got away with that one. Very useful. Queen 9. Calling an initial raise. Ace King this time. Two quite big hands. Ace King, obviously, one of the biggest hands. Queen 9 as well. So, who is going to outflop whom? And we have Brian pushing with the Queen 9 and a snap call with the Ace King. It could be all over here. 66%, 65-35 in favour of our French player, who actually is slightly covered by Brian, so he can't win with this particular hand. But if he does win this pot, he's a big chip leader. And he almost certainly can't lose. Tournament director Suze has come in to do a count to see exactly what our position is. The previous figures told us that we had about 18 million playing 22 million, and that Brian would still have some behind. But And we can see on our board that I was right when I said Brian will have to be 4 million. That's 6 big blinds. So I would guess in the next couple of hands, we're going to see him have to go all in. Especially when he's on the big blind, because that's 2 big blinds in already. In many ways, I think this will be justice. Brian has played a fantastic final table, and quite rightly, when they made a deal, took the majority, and Guillaume has played a superb heads up. Brian fought back for a bit, but Guillaume is back again in the driving seat. Probably going to push here with Queen 7. Insta call with Queen 10. Well, the Queen 10 will be favourite, 70-30. But the way Guillaume has been running, would not surprise me for him to hit the 7 or possibly a flush. See. Could be all over on this hand, people. Player at risk. Danish Brian. Queen 10. No help for either. Queen 10 still ahead. With a gut shot as well. Only a 7 now for Guillaume. Double up for Brian. To our next hand. 9-6 offsuit. Might want to play this one. And if he does, he may well push again. Seems to be his way at the moment. A more sensible fold. He's up against Jack 5. Probably not going to call an all in, but we didn't know that. Certainly Brian didn't. Pair of 5s. Well, whatever way we end up playing this, I think I see an all in and a king. Classic. A classic ending. Ace king suited against 5s. If the 5s hold, our French player Guillaume with the 5 names will be our champion and will receive about 38,000 euros compared to the 37 Brian already has. If Brian hits, it will be another double up. So we'll be back to be the chip leader. Let's see what we get. Nothing for the ace king at the moment. 5s are still holding. And as Guillaume said, in French, no clubs. It's the same as English, to be honest. What kind of turn we're going to get? A very good card for Guillaume as well. Can he fade? 6 cards, 15%. Ace or king to keep Brian in this final. He's locked up 37,000 already, so he's not going to be unhappy whatever happens. And there we have. Whoa, look at that. Excellent. A lot of his friends and supporters in the room. Lots of French cheering. A bit like when they beat England in the rugby. A handshake from Suze, and it's all over. Our big chip leader, both throughout this final table and when we went heads up, ends up second. They both split the money. I think that's probably about right. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at another final table here at the Banco Casino Bratislava. My name has been JJ Hazan. Good night and sleep well.
Wstawasz, hej? Dobra, tak się teraz rozumiem. Dobra, to postawmy ten chyba tak, to? Tak, o, bo jak chcesz. To oczywiście tak, jak chcę.
Nie chcę sam niżej myśleć.
Łócznie boli cały dzień. Wspomniałem precz już, ale fakt grał lepszy. Możesz, aj tu w blisku. Możesz. No, hlavne to stihni kamera. To możesz balić, a możesz zatiaľ vysortovať.